Everyone hold hands.
Riptide.
I see everything.
Teamwork is strict. Surprise! Yeah!
The wrong test subject.
Yeah! Let's light it up!
Commit it to memory.
So, I figured I'd get a little more of this out of the way since I think I have 4 world quests right now. Because off stream yesterday, I initiated a conversation for 2 more world quests, but never did anything with them. So I still have 30. So these 3 right here is already 120. I'm gonna get these stuff done for. I'm gonna get the commissions done first though. Then I'll work on that. Getting finally the deal was like 2 years. If they did that every other month or every other season or something, I would already have these characters. I would have already had Raiden Shogun and other characters, but the game doesn't really grace me with stuff like that. Like I said, I have to pretty much fight tooth and nail just to get a little bit of Primo Gems for stuff that, at least in my personal opinion, are like luster. Weapon-wise, at least. Characters, that's fine, unless of course I get someone like Fischl again. Yeah, obviously you already have Klee. I would have got Klee too. I would have had Klee and Kazuo in that banner. Like when the summer event came out.
Hey!
Cue the spotlight! Sip on us!
Grow, grow, grow!
Bring it on.
I see everything.
Everybody stand back! Get out of here! Surprise! Yeah!
You can run, but you can't hide.
Okay. Now I gotta get this out of the way. Because again, I think it was 120, and then I had to plus by 6, which is 180. Which is actually 1 wish. Klee got some potential for boss runs. She does have potential. Now, if you're talking about me doing boss runs with her, like for certain stuff, she actually can do it? I'm pretty sure she can.
Everyone hold hands.
I'm going in!
No time to lose.
Unfortunately for me, I don't have Klee.
Who's next?
Because every single time that Klee rolls around, there's always, it's never her. It's always like, there's always something that occurs or happens that I have to put her off for. I remember that when Klee was in a banner, I think it was either a double banner or it was a banner right after where it had Kazuha. And he seemed like an interesting character to me, so I waited until he came out to get him, so which I actually did. Which is actually surprising, because when it went gold, I was expecting it to be someone like Kitching or something, because I think I was on 50-50 when it happened. Why my Kokumi can't dive in the water? She can. It just depends on like people can dive in the water. Kokumi can too. I'll have to find like a body of water just to jump in.
Everything.
Over here! Get out of here!
Cleveland at Gene. Yeah, see, they do that when they know there's no water right there. See, even like people like her have one too. Alright, we're gonna get out of here real quick. Two reasons. One, I'm probably climbing all the way back up, and two, and if I did mess up, I would drown and lose all my elemental bursts for every character. Which is something I don't want happening. Go in the water? I don't think I can go underwater in Mondstadt. But yeah, like as I get this commission done, then I will go back to Fontaine.
Hey,
Can't even reach that crystal fly. Wish I could.
this may hurt a little.
Report it to the church.
Let the wind lead.
Okay. Who's your wife on Genshin? But yeah, I feel like I've answered that question. I don't know. Like more, like, I feel like I feel like that's a big question.
Yep.
But just, well, if I would, but technically, I would say picking like female characters in this game, I'm more so unbiased. Said Dea. Dea is one of the only characters that I've seen. Whereas I think when I saw her, I knew she was gonna be a 5-star, and I pretty much saved my Primo Gems for a while. I skipped on a lot of characters. I wouldn't necessarily say waifu, but I did prioritize her over a lot of people. But yeah, I am happy that you do enjoy the character of Dea. So, she's a character like you. She's a character like as well.
Step on up. Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that hate her because they say her kit's bad or she doesn't do a lot of damage and stuff. Because these people, oh. Yeah, because these people compare a lot of characters to like the broken Liwa characters, like Ganyu, Hu Tao, Zhongli. Heck, freaking Yelan is technically a Liwa character as well, since her things of the chasm. But yeah, Liwa just has people that are built different as characters. And people like to compare people to those. And then I remember that some people were mad. They were like, oh, you know, like this, she's definitely not a good character because she's not doing like 100k per punch in her burst. Which to me was one of the dumbest comments that I've seen, because people expect stuff like that, but they need to remember that you're supposed to take those punches and combine either the 7 punches or the 11 punches and add it all up to one singular number. So basically added up is actually stronger than Deluxe. I know some people are like Deluxe stronger than her, or they they compared her to like I think like the weakest sword in the game or something. They were like the weakest like Claymore, which to me wasn't really fair. I keep going to Samara as a habit. Okay. Somebody was just talking in the back, so I had it muted. There's this, but something's tying it down. Oh, okay. I didn't even notice that. Oh yeah, also off stream I actually managed to find the last of the teleport waypoints. The last one I think was in the courtyard of Fontaine. I had to like go down some steps and go in like a door and stuff.
The scent of treasure.
Let me activate a world quest real quick and find one. This one isn't that far. It's this one. Also, I have to fight Lenny's boss one more time. And then after that, I just gotta get the rest of her materials. Just could you see? Hold on. Because again, I need to fight her boss one more time, and then I need to get 15 more of these.
scent of treasure.
Okay, I gotta get this last note.
Everyone hold hands.
Okay, this place is new. Yep. These enemies
No
again.
time to lose.
Hey,
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's be amazed. Surprise!
Shouldn't let your guard down.
This place looks like kind of me. Okay, so I can't reach that. Not yet, at least.
All right, now we're talking.
Electro. Will not take a small break. I have a belt, right? I do.
I will lead us to victory.
Wait. Okay.
Restock and press onward.
Why is this thing taking a long way around? Oh, that's why, of course.
Grow, grow, grow! Share my knowledge!
Strike! No turning back! Let's light it up!
Ha! Ja! No tap.
Committed to memory! Yeah.
Ja! Ja! Ja!
There's no way I can go back last year. Like there was like some treasure stuff in there. Okay, that's better.
Sounds good to me. Brings a smile to my face.
What's the point was I could have just used Kazu her and just walked over there.
Brings a smile to my face. Follow the wind.
Well, fight challenge. Down here though?
Fallen leaves, adorn my night, one with nature.
Oh, come on, go.
Off we go.
I can make them off.
Let's play Tournament.
Riptide.
Adventures, let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork!
I was about to ask the other one, and apparently he was hiding.
Bring it on. All right, now we're talking.
Hiding Rift Hound. Where there being two. Just a... I gotta find way over there. know it's not the way. I'm just checking if there's anything I'm missing over here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew there was something over here.
The wind knows me. Time to go. Follow the wind. Into the wind.
Well, it has been like a teleporter somewhere.
Yeah.
I only did it to be 100% sure I was gonna make it. I don't want to slip and fall through one of the cracks and lose all the bursts from the heater. Now, granted, her energy cost is like 50, but regardless, I don't like losing bursts.
Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering? Time to go. Yeah.
Alright, I guess I'm at this book waypoint, which is good. So now I just need to get the other 3 done.
Another test subject. That tingle?
I see everything.
Let's light it up!
One with nature. Who's next?
Should replace my
Into the wind.
I'm going in!
You can run, but you can't hide.
There's one done. Well, technically that's two done, but you know. Just checking around is all. Wasn't even that far. What whole other direction? Oh, oh. How's the short? Oh, oh.
The wind knows me. Bring it on.
Committed to memory.
As one with wind and cloud, one with nature.
Let's light it up!
Tidal wave.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Grow, grow.
Let's light it up!
Got one more world quest to go. Now, if I find another world quest, I'm all for it, believe me.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Riptide. The wind knows me.
You lead the way.
Let's play through a little. Yeah, committed. Grow, grow, grow.
Over here! I'm going in!
You can run, but you can't hide.
Okay. Again, you got to forgive me if I'm not talking as much. Just kind of focus is all. many gems I got right now? 743. Again, my game plan is to get these world quests done, fight her boss once, ascend her to 70, and then, depending on how much resin I have, I will either A, do 2 domain runs for artifacts, or B, fight 3 weekly bosses. It might be the latter actually, because I might fight like Skirmish Ryan Shogun and all that. Here's the main story. Oh, sweet. And I know there was a party active in the Rose chat. I just didn't join it because, you know, just doing this. I didn't do a lot of the story yet. I'm probably more so like the beginning, because the second I got a cutscene done, I pretty much just went around Fontaine just collecting a bunch of treasure chests. As you could probably notice based on the percentage of each and every place, I have 79, 91, and 67. So yeah, I've been doing a lot of searching. I've also already gotten all of the waypoints for this particular place as well. I probably said that yesterday.
Surprise! Now it's gotta do this world quest.
I'm gonna check notifications real quick, just in case. Alright.
Step on up.
Is the Hydro Traveler a little bit weird? I haven't done anything with Hydro Traveler yet. I actually am. It's just that these new enemies are, I don't know. I have to build my Traveler a little more to actually fight them. I know that in Inazuma I just went up and fight them regardless of my talent level, but like I'm probably not gonna do it again. I guess that guy just a second, don't worry. Just need to follow this thing first. In case it leads me somewhere else. Now, here's the thing. It could have led me to this place, but I'd much rather be safe than sorry. I've already been here. But yeah, again, I really haven't done anything with the Hydro Traveler. The most I've done with Hydro Traveler is get her talents to 222, and then I got a constellation for it after getting a couple of Hydroculuses, or Hydroculi. But yeah, once I do get stuff with Hydro Traveler and I actually take it seriously, then I actually will do more stuff with it. Can't go over here, huh? Gotta go again. Now, if I do the main story, I will put I actually will bring I will bring the Traveler, because again, like usually when I'm doing like story mode quests, I do pick the Traveler regardless of talent level. So I will try to do that. I've said this yesterday, but even skipping these cutscenes are long. Alright. So, I needlessly teleported. Because I thought that by doing so it would be a bit of a shortcut. And in the end, I just wound up cheating myself. I feel like if all of these world quests were summed up in like 4 or 5 sentences rather than like 300, well, I would not be streaming this long, and I would have got so much more done. I gotta find the other mechanism. There's the other one. Haven't done much exploring yet, mostly because I wanted to wait on it a sec. Yeah, me, it's like, I wanted to, but, like, if I wasn't so focused on trying to pull for a character within the time frame of how long? 18 days? Then I wouldn't be, searching as heavily. But, I am, how many pulls away again? Yeah, I'm literally 24 pulls away for a guaranteed gold. It could be less, but I have to get the other 10 pull in. That's the thing. So Saturday. I also still gotta do the last desert area. I'm real tired of the desert, to be honest. Yeah, the desert can be like strenuous, yeah. But me personally, that's exactly why I wanted to get that out of the way first. Like that's why before Fontaine hit, I needed to make sure I got nearly everything done for Sumeru, so I don't have to go there as often. Now I know there are actually 3, if not 4, treasure chests that I know I don't have over there. But I think 3 of them are remarkable chests, while one of them is I think a common chest. Because one of them is
some strange things.
because one of them is
really
in this book. Actually, never mind. Then I guess I collected it. Well, I guess 3 treasure chests then. And those ones are from I think right around here. Right here. I see, because I'm supposed to go to different like temples and unlock some other thing for it. Now I could always just go to YouTube to find the rest, so I can get like 5 Primo gems per time. But that would not be enough at all. Although every little bit counts, to be fair. I managed to gain you level 50 last night. Very nice. Me, I had a dumb survivor teammate last night. However, this is also the same night where there was level 100 Vegeta player and he got clapped, so I don't know what to tell you.
There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think.
If I have to teleport or walk another 1,000 meters. Alright, how am I gonna get down there? Oh, it's underground. Oh, do I feel stupid?
Over here!
There's something like a double end wire. Yeah, I think it's like Fontaine exclusive. Yeah. I am going the right direction though. I don't want to miss. I don't want to mess up. Okay, good. But yeah, when I swim like that and everything, I really do want to do that in other places so I can explore a little further. But the thing is, I feel like if that were available to every region, then some characters might cease to exist as people who can go to certain areas, like Ganyu, like Kaya, so on and so forth. Heck, even Kazuha sometimes, trying to get past certain places. Stay the heart, or what? I was trying to counterattack him, but it didn't hit. Alright, let's see what I missed. I may work on leveling up Boo. Think of us as well as face if it was better. Me, sometimes it's like, if I know if I might be somewhere, I just send Spopovich for a little bit. That's what it is. I'll send Yamu somewhere random while I search for like certain like crates and stuff. Now, if I know a civilian is there, or I know I have a radar or something like that, then I don't need to send him nowhere. But for some reason, regardless of whether I have a radar or not, it's like everybody gets the civilians in less than 4 minutes. And yet, when I'm the survivor, that never happens. It's like they leave them alive till at the very end. Alright, it's got a lot of stuff doing that. No more world quests. Now I can continue with the story. But before I do that, as you already know, I did say I gotta fight this boss one more time. So I'm gonna do that. Alright, to get these materials, fight the boss, level up Lynette to I think 70. She should be good for a little bit.
I see everything.
They haven't fixed the bugs for its mission yet, for us to catch people. Yep. I said, but I said that you want to set time counter or something like that, or mark down the days, because once it comes, it's gonna suck for him. The second form Frieza.
Oh, how exciting! Everybody stand!
Time to clean up.
Let's light it up!
This may clear the liquid.
Off we go! Yeah, I'm going in!
Riptide!
As a dutiful maid would.
I got him.
You lead the way.
Alright. So game plans people already know. First off, again, I can get these as I'm doing the story, but I need to do 3. Oh, I need to fight 3 bosses from different regions, and then I'll do a story. Right, Shogun, you first as always. You know I love beating you up. I keep making videos on you anyway. I'm gonna say, like, and once I'm comfortable with Lynette, I'm gonna beat this boss with her too. Yeah, I saw the quote just now. I don't like being the one helped. I like joining other people. Alright. This boss, and I think 2 other bosses. It's the, it's probably gonna be the usual. It's probably gonna be Age Laha and Scaramouche. If I get a team full of whales, then that's good as well. So and TCG is also got to do as well, since they also put in the 3 new people. One of which includes Lisa. Somebody already got the new character to run around. What's the?
You're mine. Who's next?
I guess I got a 5-star though. But hey, if you want to pick them, wait a minute. Why are we all the same 2 people? We are all bow characters. Yeah, see, even he noticed. Let's switch characters real quick.
I wonder what my dear sister Lynette is doing right now. Missing me to death, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure of it too, buddy. Alright, let's go ahead and do this.
Your verdict is decided. Illusions of destruction.
Remember, health comes first.
Time for a lecture! A round of applause!
This world, a fleeting shadow.
A bitter focus.
This body is eternal.
Feel the click! Courage! Go bishop down!
In spirit.
Why don't you let me take the stage?
Oh, you're near me, bro.
Ruin follows my blade.
I know it because I fought this boss numerous times to know it's about this.
Witness and the final calamity.
Mindless silence.
I didn't even do anymore. I already knew that they got it covered. And what'd I get this time? Nothing, I'm sure. Okay, that one. Give me crit rating reset. Okay, it's final of the world. How far days do it last? What am I pick for this? I might just pick Hazel.
Got a problem you can't solve. Clue me in.
I bet I'm gonna go over here and somebody's gonna have some level 90 Lenny. I've already seen people with level 80s and 90s for Lynette making whole like build videos, meaning they literally just found that one spot where the boss is and just fought him indefinitely. That technically means you actually that technically means he probably went to other people's worlds grinding her not artifacts, grinding her materials as well. See? I told you you'd be Lenny in here. This guy has Kava. That guy didn't solve that thing in the back.
Everyone hold hands.
Bow before me, worm.
Allow me to grow.
Sure.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Make yourselves at home.
Let's light it up. Forward, bring it down. Light it up.
Insignificant past. I am the all-knowing God. Burn to oblivion. Kneel. Good riddance, cruel world.
Off we go.
Possible.
A minute to memory. Make yourselves at home.
Everybody stand back.
Yeah, I said I'm becoming a ninja. Freaking 200k. There's a C1 Hazel. Imagine a C6. I told you, like, if there's a character of mine, of all my group that I built correctly, it's Hazel. Hazel, like I made sure he has some of like the best artifacts. The only person I think who would need like a slight tweak is Yormia and Eula actually. Now some people's artifacts are just fine, like Hayato's. I don't need to do anything for him anymore.
Allow me.
Bring it on.
Okay, now I can switch characters. I'm gonna help this guy out. Bow character, bow character, bow character. First thing you see, it doesn't matter. Okay. Do I need anything? Heck no, I don't need anything. Wait, is he here? Yeah, they added in more clothes and Ginyu Force rated lines. I'll check that out later. who knows? You might even see me play the Boo Raider if I do decide on streaming that game later, because my flex or priority as a raider is 5 right now. So within this one or the next time, I'm going to want to be in raider. Which will either end one of two ways, since I'm likely going to pick Boo. It's either going to end with me dying as Popovich, or it's going to end with me as Super Boo, and I'm going to win the match. Hopefully that beat my Hazel, buddy. Speaking wishful thinking. I think you're just in my... Oh, if you were if you saw Hazel and you saw Child come in there shooting arrows at the stuff, yeah, that was me. But hey, what's up? Alright, I need to fight one more boss. I need to fight Mage. Yeah, that's loud. You're cooking me. Yeah. Also, good job on the boss. Kokomi's one of those characters who is like I did want, but I already had Barbara. Level it up a lot, so I didn't really do it. Right now, my focus is Yelan, so I've been trying to do a lot of grinding in Fontaine. So much so that within the past like 5 days, I've already done like 3 10 pulls. That's how much I've been grinding, and I still, as you can see, have 820, which means I need, well, technically twice that amount to do another temple. I'm literally, I think, like 2, if not 3 more away from getting gold. I can't say her, because I'm on 50-50 right now. It's not guaranteed to be her, though I would most definitely appreciate it. Barbara C6, that's what Kokomi's supposed to. Yeah, Kokomi, you don't have to focus on a lot of crit stuff or a lot of attack stuff. Hers is more so a health and healing bonus. And then her 4-piece set just takes care of the rest. But speaking of artifacts, there's one to level up. Not that one. I'm hoping it goes crit rate. If it doesn't, then hey, that's fine, I guess. HP flat. Alright, so here's the deal. I'm gonna put an artifact that is, I guess, obsolete compared to one of the other ones. I'm gonna put it in this one, and I'm hoping it does nothing but crit damage. If there's anything else like flat HP, I'm getting rid of this thing. It did flat HP once. I'll just level up to 20 just see what happens. I just had to be curious. Electricity and water. I can still stay as Hazel. Hold on, let me get the weapon back. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and get this next one started. After I do this, I can accept the reward, I think. And I see a low health Utao, which means either one or two things is going to happen. Actually, 90% the one I'm thinking of right now, which is likely going to end with him getting killed.
Wanna come over, Pepsi?
Okay, he picked Ganyu. Still, who's the hell did breathe like that? Anyway, like Yelan, she's good. Ganyu, she's good, but she keeps dying in this particular boss. I don't know why. And the other person was, I don't think I was paying attention enough to know who that person was. Oh yeah, it was you, with a weapon I don't have.
You dare overstep your mortal authority?
Shut up, Born of...
Truth hurts! Confess!
I thought she was doing okay.
There is no atonement for 1,000-year pain!
Remember, none of us healers, so if one goes down,
Today, you witness your reckoning!
Fracture!
I condemn you!
Keep moving!
how is it I'm the only 4-star? I'm the only 4-star character, but I'm doing the most damage.
Bring it on!
The enraged Earth will not absolve you!
I'll be back.
Whenever you will.
Vengeance.
I swear if it's Ganyu dies, because for some reason, every single time people fight this boss as Ganyu, they wind up getting killed. Yelan's on and off, but she more so lives.
Experience an eon of suffering!
Truth hurts! Confess!
Back to the Earth!
Fracture!
I'll upgrade this one. But only because this has the slight potential to have nothing but crit damage. And if it does do that, then I'll be a very happy person, and I can probably put it on, actually, to be honest, I don't know who. I have to recheck, because I think I have like 2 if not 3 of those exact, like, feathers. Alright, so now I have to, I think I have to go to the teapot. I know that I can also do reputation quests and stuff, but that can be done either tomorrow or the day after. And after really thinking about it, as for Lynette, I could work on getting her materials tomorrow, because not only can I get those, but tomorrow I believe is where I can get her talent books. So I can technically kill 2 birds with 1 stone doing that. Okay.
This realm.
I gotta scroll down to characters I actually have. Yeah, see all these? Yeah, I could have bought these a while ago, just didn't. I've been focusing on artifacts. But once I get every artifact that I've like need, I no longer need to do that. And okay, so apparently I don't think I see any Fontaine stuff. Yeah, I don't see any Fontaine stuff. It might just be in furniture or something. Yeah, it might just be in there. Wait, hold on. I may have an idea. I haven't really done any farming like this or anything for a while now, so this will definitely help. I'll just buy those for now.
If you ever...
But now that I know that her stuff is in here, Lynette, I can actually fully utilize that. So I need to go to, I think it's by Paimon, I forget. Yeah, I just put a bunch of random stuff everywhere. Just do it like that for now. Okay. Got those out of the way. Now I need to... right here. I need to trade 3 artifacts so I can hopefully get a good one for you in category 3. It needs to be attack percentage. It has to have crit rate, crit damage. Yeah, I'm going that. It has to be maybe recharge. Again, that's a dream artifact for Eula, but I have to see if it actually takes, which is very likely it won't. It's category 3. Yeah, it was HP percentage. I was hoping it would be attack percentage. You know, the other thing I could have wished for probably defense percentage. The red soldier hat makes it possible to create bison in the game. Maybe, I had to look at it again. Okay, fingers crossed that it goes up to the crit damage. Though I think I knew this artifact was going. I had a feeling. But I'm still gonna try.
My intuition tells me that something very interesting is about to happen.
Oh, is that what you think? Well, what is gonna happen that's interesting, Hazel? Because I get the feeling I'll wind up buffing flat defense. That's my intuition. Well, I guess my intuition was wrong. Okay. Now I gotta fight a bunch of other people and actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 60. I can get 60 Primo Gems just fighting bosses. So I need to take that 60, add it on to what I have right now, which will put me at 890. I will do that later, not right now. I'm gonna get a little bit of the story. I'm gonna get a little bit of the story down. I don't know how much I'm gonna get done today, but after I do complete this story, I might search around just a little more. Then I'll probably call it, and then some other day, I'll probably start doing
detective work.
Lenny's chapter, because I get this feeling that Lynette's going to end up having a hangout event soon. I get this feeling. 4-star characters have all been getting hangout events. There are no 5 stars yet that has one. Alright, I'm going to go with my story mode team with a couple of tweaks. See here. So, Hydro Traveler, okay. This probably work. Yeah, we'll do this for now. And I'm not surprised that for some reason they just do not want to have the Traveler do a Hydro hit on the very end of the combo string, because they've done so for Electro, they've done so for Dendro. Like not Hydro, Animo and Geo, I had an extra element attack in the end. I was unaware I found 15. I gotta find another 4 more and I can get another 60 Primo Gems. And another key. Which by doing that I can get an additional 40 Primo Gems after opening one of those doors. Which fortunately I marked one of them. If I had my controller die right there, I would look stupid.
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
See, that's how short a conversation should be. Instead, I gotta listen to full-blown essays when I go into World Quest.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
Alright, where's the last one?
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some, interesting opinions.
First off, it wasn't fast. I waited a whole like 2-3 days to do this.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the Court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
I had to check the phone, since the camera's duplicate on the right side of the screen. Gotta be a different path I can take.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
I just don't feel like switching characters, that's why I'm... You're talking about that one video where he walks up on somebody when they were putting on a power key. This man ran from after he got kicked in the chest.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Sounds like a robot.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the Court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the Court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Oh, I was just... okay.
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
No one booty getting clapped in the breakers. I was just referring to one video. I wasn't talking about his. I wasn't talking about his usual commute.
I didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief.
And you're obviously a liar. Well, so that's kind of that's kind of a whole like, a magician's whole thing. Like, they're like illusionists.
Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run. All right, let's go.
I'm sorry, no one will be seated after the doors are closed. It helps maintain the illusion. I feel like I've heard that. I just don't want to get it wrong. Oh yeah, I think it's Spider-Man too, yeah.
This is the spot where Lenny wanted us to wait.
My person literally came in here like wait,
Oh,
did you go in the same elevator or something?
Oh no, did she notice us? She started running the other direction. What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go. Ha!
I wonder how much damage that does. Because again, I haven't fought anybody with this hybrid traveler yet. I've only seen the moves. It appears Lenny wasn't far at all, huh?
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
Is there a reason why one person just couldn't pick those up while the other chased her? Like, what was Lynette doing?
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Well, that explains that then.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lenny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
As for the 122 run as Phantom, I won't take out the Super Soul, and I'll go with AQQ bang. I mean that's cool. I mean, you are doing an empty skill set, so you have to give yourself some sort of buff.
What a slippery
right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the Court of Fontaine now.
Do I have to ride the bus? Last time it was the longest bus ride in, like in existence.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around! People in Fontaine really know how to use water!
I already did the no skills, no super soul, all zero kickback challenge in that same pair of questions Tomoko.
This is an aqua
I
bus.
say, like,
It allows
I've only
people to
done
travel
that
between
challenge,
several key locations
I think,
around
for like
Fontaine.
2 particular levels. With the no skills, no super soul, like, and all zero kickbacks. I forget if I did all limit bursts or not. Not all limit bursts. I forget if I didn't use one. But it was during the final battle mission. That challenge with the no skills with the female earthling and the freezer soldier on that particular challenge were the hardest challenges. Because they were just so annoying the whole time.
But the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So I did the parallel quest for Tomoko. So until I did that, you never really got to see what a
So you
moveset
mean
is supposed to
it's
look
still
like.
boring, even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Hey, man, is that that one girl? Like, she was in that other event.
Huh?
What? Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte!
Oh, I never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the aqua bus. In the story of my life, this is big news. What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming.
Now, from what I've heard about this character, I think she's gonna be a 4-star. But if she is, then it's very likely she might be in the other banner.
Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us. Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friends.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette anywhere.
I'll read the comics while it's
I
on
wouldn't be
autoplay.
much of a reporter
Female
if I
Earthling with
didn't
empty
know who they
skill
were.
set
It's
can
a
still be
pleasure
focused
to meet you.
to the
I'm
loss of
Charlotte,
AI buff.
a reporter for the Steamboat.
Yeah, when I did the challenges and everything, this is pre.
Nice to meet you.
This is
From the
pre-patch,
Steambird, huh?
meaning
We've often
you know,
relied on your paper to promote our performances.
this is before the AI would use
It's an honor to meet you.
evasives.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine
Like
suddenly
we
doesn't
unite them all the
feel
way back
like
and
such an
everything, like
unfamiliar place.
they use it farther away. So the only person that really would the only person that loses a lot of stamina doing stuff like that is Beerus. Because remember, like with Beerus, like his whole thing is just headshot, which basically means if you knocked him back and you did something like,
Not too much. When there
let's
isn't
say
any
Emperor's
breaking
Death Beam,
news,
even
I
though he's really
mainly
far
cover the
away,
trials at the
he would
Opera
drain
House.
all of his stamina trying to do headshot.
You could still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle.
Yeah,
even
Raspberry
if it's the
really,
same old
yeah.
topics.
So it's a good thing I actually did
For
his thing
example, reporting on how a
beforehand.
scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a
However,
financial criminal was once
you
so
actually
poor
can,
that they ate a single piece of bread for 5
because
days.
as long as you knock them back as a freezer soldier, you can keep spamming key blasts like just circle, and they'll keep using their evasive until you stop. So you could take advantage of people like Vegito doing that. I actually did the same thing when I was fighting. I think it was
You're right. Seems you know
who
me
was
pretty
I did
well.
it against?
What I'm really after
Like
is
shooting a bunch of kids.
exclusive,
Oh yeah, like it was
sensational
Cell.
news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
Give me a second.
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been
I was always
arrested
thinking
over
about
the years in
making
connection
a
with this
Edge
case,
Master
but shortly after
CAC,
each arrest,
Thanos CAC,
another
and
disappearance
seen
would
that
always
again.
happen.
Edge Master, you could probably give him the Master Roshi beard. Thanos,
Yes,
people have made Thanos in the
Either
Namekian.
way, I believe that every case has
And
some
you can pretty
precise
much
truth
do
behind it,
like every
waiting to be
skill,
exposed.
like with every skill, you can probably make it to where
Yes, I agree.
it involves
And
the
at
use
very least, the family of those
one of the
missing
Infinity
girls deserves
Stones.
some sort of explanation.
With I think his ultimate probably being Power Rush.
I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to
Example,
suddenly
like you could
disappear.
have the Power Stone
I'd
be
pay any
like
price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the
what's
culprit.
his name? Like Topo's
Please don't
ultimate,
imagine
since
that,
you know
Lily.
nothing can really beat the power of the Power Stone. The Space Stone is all about teleportation. The Time Stone, you could probably do something like time control, or something that puts you in reverse or something like that. Reality Stone could probably be that was a bit tricky.
Hey,
It had to be a red move though. And then the Space Stone will probably involve teleportation.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
I'm also looking too with Marvel's Capcom 2 movesets, one of my favorite characters in that game.
Us as well. The ride went by too
I don't think I played that game too much. I played, I think, like on the system it was on, like PlayStation 2 or something like
I
that.
should get going before I'm late.
I forget. But I do remember in either Marvel's Capcom 1 or 2, I think I remember one of the first teams I picked had, I think it was like Strider in there.
Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Just checking notifications. None there. Yeah, it's so difficult to use. Yeah, I noticed it when I played as a. Go to where Lenny is. Yeah, not that far. I don't think I really need Yomi for this team. Cause here's the thing, like, I already have a DPS, that's already Eula. So I might need a different bow and arrow character. If not a different, like, you know, I might just use, I might just use her.
There are still so many places for us to explore.
Because all of these, with the exception of the mixture of Cryo and Dendro, all react to each other. I guess I think in just a second. I'm gonna check down here. Good thing I did too. I'm gonna look at what was. I'm gonna look at the comic because I know the new ones that's a duplicated.
This is our current abode.
Okay, never mind.
Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
Oh yeah, he's also gonna be a new character.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Lenny, could you come here for a moment?
Hmm? What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
Yeah, he sounds as enthusiastic as me.
That's our Fremine. Always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs, "Hydro Dragon, Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something.
1.2 is Edgemaster, 1.6 is Athena, 1.6 is Thanos. The only thing I don't like is the fact that, you know, you have to have like 8 characters. And the thing is, there's only 8 I don't want to say 8 races, but 8 types of characters in the game. So they want you to create everybody once. But the thing is, it's like when you're trying to do multiple like runs, or you want to play the story mode, God forbid, or do other stuff, you have to recreate the character, you gotta go over the Tosak. Like, it is a long process. However, I do remember that way back when, we didn't have Tosak. I remember a while ago, people had to do the extra missions to get their stuff. But granted, however, even though Tosak is there, he's there for people who have already grinded in the game long enough. So when people actually do and recreate characters, they don't have to go through the process of grinding again, since they already have the Zenny and TP necessary to build them. I still find it a hassle, and I do believe that if Xenoverse is getting another update, if they get more DLC, one of the patches that's free should be you can go at that you should be able to select how many levels you want to go up for Tosak, so you don't have to keep pressing X over and over and over and over again. Like, it should be like this one thing. It should be like how far you want to level up your character, and you can go from like 1 to 99. That's what I hope happens.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers. It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all! Don't worry, we're on the case!
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need! This'll be a walk in the park for us!
I gotta do something, because I think I know his element is, since I think I already saw a picture. Yeah, it's a cryo. And based on, I think, with the art, I think it's a Claymore character, so it's gonna be like Chanyu.
Thanks again, you two. I really can't deal with that lady.
What's the energy cost? 80. Oh, of course it's 80. Wait a minute. No. Duration is 4 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. Continuous damage. It's Hydro, okay. Got a long process of building to go.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making... what were they called again?
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
I do appreciate their modesty, but me personally, I wouldn't do that.
Whoa. So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology. And wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you, but basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines? Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
First off, you're just making stuff up, and two, I would never be intimidated when one of their henchmen looks like Mario. Yeah, looking at you on the left, thought you were slick.
Huh?
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
Where'd you come from?
If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
We were hounding her.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine.
Well,
what are the chances?
Well, that guy's actually afraid. He just passed by him and this guy flinched.
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Trevor?
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want your Mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Are you posing a threat to a Fatui Harbinger? Are you stupid?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said,
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now!
You're gonna wind up losing.
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm unsure this won't take long.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Yeah, it didn't take long at all. Don't worry, everything's still loading up. That's how fast it was.
Oh, what's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Now's my chance!
He can still fight. I told you.
Huh. That was weird.
You'll run up on a harbor. This guy is stupid.
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point.
So this is pretty much trial by combat, like Mortal Kombat X.
So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial.
Yeah, that's what happened, except for there was no trial in Mortal Kombat X. It's like if you lose, you died. Like it was a fight to the death. It was between Kung Jin and Kota.
And the worst case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel.
Well, for them, that was the fastest case.
Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty. From what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorinde. Huh.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance. Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing!
She's like one of those people that was spoiled that like Darth Vader Luke's father before you even see the movie, or that everybody dies in the Avengers movie.
The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too. Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Lenny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going. Lenny said said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aquabus!
I'm checking notifications real quick. Okay. Fortunately, I don't have to ride the aqua bus since I already got this particular place all found out. And this is exactly why, before I did the story, that I would get every waypoint first. So when the time calls for it, I just get there immediately. Oh, we can tackle the mess out of you yet again.
Now this is fancy! The Opera at the Cles. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Wow. Alright.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples
apparently
here.
he holds himself in high esteem, apparently.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Ah! Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing the voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. he tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny.
Hydro scissors. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. How many hydro scissors did I already collect? Oh, hold the heck on. Wait a minute. I am no longer... Hold on. If I was broke before, I no longer am now. So, hold on. This actually speeds things up. So that would mean I would need 450 now. Okay. As for the standard banner. For the standard banner, I need to level up 2 characters. One of them being Lynette. So, I guess the other one's Layla. Probably do. I have to fight this boss a couple of times. Because here's the thing, I actually could do a tempo right now on the standard banner. So I have 2 of these now. Oh, I got a key too. Well, that was just like a boatload of luck. I know I'm supposed to go to the side, but I want to check if there's any treasure chests just around here. It'll definitely help me in leveling up the tree a little. Not tree, the fountain a little more. You have to forgive me if I call it a tree. I'm just used to Dragon Spine and Sumeru with their trees. Also, same thing goes for Inazuma. So 3 different places have trees. That's probably why I called it that habit. I'm gonna start calling it a fountain from now on. But I got a lot of Mora doing that.
Ah, Traveler and Paimon. Good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks, Linny!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Linny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Linny.
there anything around here? I could always do that, but hold on. Again, I like to explore. I like to check around it a little bit. Like, you never know when I'm missing something important. And then I see the Ginyu quote. Look, but that quote I think I've heard when others emote.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
I'm not used to Paimon standing or sitting, so.
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything. Ah, you little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me. I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry.
So many reminds me of. However, this character, I think I've seen a leak. Somebody sent it to me on Discord. You actually can play as him. I think either the next version or the version after, but he fights with a cane. It's like JP.
I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's...
I mean, you are in an empty room.
Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. Let's talk, but, what should we talk about?
Yeah, I was like, you're making this more awkward than it should be, Paimon.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Ooh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before! Ooh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting!
Oh, calm down, Paimon.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, we should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch-black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52? Why aren't you counting, Nervalette?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. Ah, what was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25, 24, 23!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19, 18, 17.
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10.
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? Nope, that's not it. I'll try again.
7.
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5. 4. 3.
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0.
Ta-da!
What happened? Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Oh, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can do this! He was in the box on the stage the entire time! We can even hear his voice! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances! He couldn't possibly mean catching himself!
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Once I'm done eating, I'll come back here and continue this cutscene. And we're back. I apologize for the long wait. I was eating a little bit.
A
So here we go.
kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
This person has been trying to fight me for a while now.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met.
Yes, it was in a debate, which Lenny and Lynette used magic to trick you, and you lost.
But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
Huh. It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects, and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big-shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer? Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But, if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
I do not want to know why you have those glasses.
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case! Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
Just looking at something. Okay.
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
Am I Phoenix right now?
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand. What?
Okay.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish
Oh,
to
this is a playable
cut
character.
down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her. All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry.
Wait a minute.
You won't hear any pointless questions from me.
I saw that, like on her left like on her left arm. It's a Geo character.
In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
We haven't had a Geo character in quite some time now.
And why would that be? See, Silver and Melus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I, too, think that the Traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Melus. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister?
Hey, pot and kettle.
And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lenny's tricks. Thanks!
Speaking of that, I think magic shows would be very popular in Poisson.
I can see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic. If I can make things disappear, cleaning my room would be a cinch.
You need not worry about such things, demoiselle. That falls under my duties.
Oh, right.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here, at least not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I could not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, alright?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Wait, wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound? So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes!
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See? I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us, too.
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down. Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and we'll be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who.
I may be in and out of this particular cutscene, but I don't want this person ever talking about cross-dressing again.
And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
I'm back and I'm doing the Beerus light ray right now. Oh, so he's good as dead then, because that's Beerus.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Why would it be? This... God. Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers. We all heard that noise, didn't we?
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear. And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
These are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
I guess I'm not done finishing. I guess I'm not done this area.
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up.
Okay. There was a meal sandwich, gigantic roar, and a special beast cannon. I do not know why people keep running those particular moves. It's annoying. Look, if you want to use special beast cannon in PvP, that's fine. But if you're using it in a raid, that's a no-no. Because those, to me, in my personal opinion, are the same people based on the time it takes to get the move off. It's like meteor explosion. It's like meteor explosion, only it has more range. No one wants to deal with that. Okay.
Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually see in novels!
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neuvillette called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Alright, give me a second. How about testing on autoplay real quick?
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
Okay.
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop dreaming.
The new community post if you haven't already seen it. I haven't seen it yet. I'm gonna check it out in just a second.
From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything!
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon asking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit. No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
Let me see here.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon
Okay.
mentioned previously, the tunnel
It's about,
seems to be something of a secret chamber.
Dragon Ball AF. Well, AF. It's pretty much you just saying
However, we can assume that
this is
Lenny
going
and
to take
Lynette
the
were not
least
alone
amount of work
within
to do
it.
since this one
Some
doesn't really
criminal
involve any heavy
also
fight scenes,
occupied
if any
its
at
sealed
all.
confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes,
So
of
pretty much
course.
all you gotta do is just work on dialogue,
any
pretty much,
logical motive.
and camera angles and fitting music. That pretty much be it.
Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was
Like to me, I think personally, like fight choreography, and get everything right there is slightly more difficult. Sometimes you got to get rid of some voices. Sometimes you have to add certain sound effects, and sometimes you have to loop certain stuff if you want the thing to go on longer, like beam clashes.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guards said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less
No,
sweets
no
might
fighting besides
actually
the
be a
ones in
good thing.
flashbacks. Okay. I know that sometimes flashbacks are shown through different filters, so you know it's coming from a different time. Like sometimes I think it's like amber, sometimes they're black and white. I'm not sure which one you would prefer when you're doing these sorts of flashbacks.
No! Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area.
I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the two of you think the case over again.
It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Alright, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
Tri-beam is supposed to go for a race because the charge barrier is going to block and doing all the damage. Yeah, it doesn't end momentum. It's really powerful. And for me, it helps. To me, Tri-beam definitely helps if like the AI is blocking something like Emperor's Death Beam and they're constantly on the block. So you can always use something like Tri-beam. You can always use Super Destructo Disc. You can use Special Beam Cannon. Double Death Slicer if you prefer it. Because I do remember somebody, I forget who it was, but somebody had Double Death Slicer and the Gohan Super Soul, which amplifies the damage of the ultimate. And the thing is, because it's so fast acting, he didn't lose too much of his ki while doing it each and every time.
Good plan.
Who the heck?
Things don't just happen.
I'm in the middle of something here. I know you, but I got him in the middle of something.
Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Lenny is clearly lying.
I say like I feel like I'm watching a playthrough of Phoenix Wright.
There is no way
pointing
you
the
could have been in the
flashbang as well.
box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Yeah, no, dang.
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now. You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Okay. So when it comes to the wind quotes, it is generally really nice. Like cold does it believe was tormenting. Yeah, like my character Ada, Ada, like that's my character to the comparison. She's also very nice, and for the most part, during a lot of the quotes, she's humble and always thanks people for the opportunity to fight. But if she knows a person is like an evildoer, I guess like Kazam or something like that, then she will get serious. And the thing is, like again, like she doesn't necessarily like. She's not one of those people who don't kill, but she will use that as like a last resort if there's no other option. Sakura, on the other hand, is different, where she has like a lot of kills under her belt, and she is incredibly powerful, and you can already tell because they're able to do the fusion dance together, so they're both equal in power. But she more so is more laid back. Again, as for Ada, like yeah, like she isn't necessarily cold, but but I think like she does get serious when she needs to be. Like again, she can be a bit playful for a little bit, but for the most part, at least in the story, at least from what I've shown, she's more so a workaholic. So even though at nature she is nice and playful, like she doesn't let her she doesn't really let stuff like that get in the way of her work.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Ugh, that took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective. As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linney red-handed. So Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linney experienced and what he saw.
Where's now? Okay. What is, actually, I'm one of guessing everything but the last. Yeah, I said like I was told I can guess the last. Oh, it's
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
no. So you know that a character is a horror person at all. Let me read this on my phone. I'm a mess everything on the right side of my screen. So you know that character is a horror person, even a nice discuss about what they do. Alright.
Seems that... Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
So those two. This one really can't be, but
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He
because
only
I'm in
witnessed
carbon.
traces of the aftermath.
Let's extend.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
Yeah, Ace Detective Paimon. Anyway, but yeah, like that's why for the most part, like my good guy characters like Ada and Akira have something somewhat, I guess, like negative to say to those particular two. The only person who doesn't really say anything negative about one of the two is Aruka, who actually doesn't have any negativity towards Kazam, who actually sees that kind of initiative as, like, you know, like she believes that could be of some use to the demon realm, though really in the grand scheme of things she doesn't really care about stuff like that. She more so looks up towards it. For stuff like that, she would just go by what Toa might be interested in. But for the most part, she just wants to be the strongest. She doesn't really care about any of that. Though she does recognize talent, I guess, quote unquote, when she sees it. As for Carbon, she pretty much just says that, like, you're not going to be able to, like, what I say, you're not going to be able to take control of the demon realm, because you wind up dying trying. As for, you know, Swift Vision, Deborah, and all them, I didn't make quotes for them. I didn't make quotes for Goku either. All that came from was the Marvel's the fighters quotes. I was thinking about a different post, sorry about that. But yeah.
When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately.
But yeah, like I said, like, because like Babidi does in fact, you know, use mind control to people like Pui Pui, to Yakon, Spopovich, Yamu, Deborah. I want to say Vegeta, but Vegeta, he actually kind of broke through that. Like, he's just pretty much like, Like, his pride and his like urge to fight Goku was so strong it actually overruled Babidi's like enslavement pretty much. But yeah, for the other people, they actually were controlled. Other people can be controlled too, and sometimes you won't really won't hold them 100% accountable for their actions. Like kind of like the Tuffles, like Baby. Like if you were to like get into someone else's body, like Goten or Trunks, or as you saw in the GT, it's like a lot of people. You really can't hold them accountable for their actions because that's his doing. Like there was another thing like that. I just forget who else. See here. Not that it would matter, Mr. Carbon, because the only thing he cares about is changing his vision is Earth. To which, that's exactly why Ruka pretty much says she has no interest in his conquest. She's only concerned whether or not she only holds some sort of grudge or concern if he actually makes his way towards the demon realm.
The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time.
And one of the only characters that took any quote to the extreme of Carbon was Lauren, where she actually does threaten to kill him, because even though she doesn't necessarily, what I want to say, I might word it wrong, so let me rewind. Yeah, she's very protective of people, and will sometimes like go to the extreme for some of her actions.
Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened.
Because you notice like the difference in morals, whereas see, so like Ada, like she pretty much just said that she was gonna send him to like the Galactic Patrol to be rehabilitated, kind of like prison. Akira's more, I can't even speak. Akira more or less, he says the same thing. Pretty much just says he's gonna spend some quality time in prison or something like that. Sakura, I forget what she said, but Lauren, yeah, she pretty much said that she does not want to see him again. Otherwise, she will take matters to her own hands and kill him. At least in the quotes wise. Okay.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it awesome?
Well, you're blushing, so...
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Okay, so all these are irrelevant, so I have to choose one that isn't irrelevant.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought?
Oh yeah, this one.
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance.
Most evil character of mine is Carbon is the second most evil. So kind of like what do I want to say? It's kind of, I don't want to say levels of evil, but you look at let's see here. No, no, I'm not gonna say it. I was looking at the comments real quick. Carbon wanted Earth to be a planet where only the strong and chaos not live.
This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person.
I know that.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? The deceased's name is Cowell.
Huh? That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then. What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Linny was not in the tunnel at... The sound we heard may have come...
An altercation.
Halsey's clothing was in... The sound we heard may have come from a clash between... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. No one entered or left the It would have been tough for both... The deceased's name is Cowell.
Who said him?
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well.
Okay, so it's only got one wrong out of that.
No one entered
So everything
or
I
left
did
the
was
opera
just about
house.
correct. Except for the one.
Halsey's clothing was in...
Wait, what? So I think I was supposed to get those wrong.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So Halsey's clothing was in... It would have been tough for both people. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water...
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
I'm checking something real quick.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps a new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the Primordial Sea.
The Primordial Sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. But we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
The deceased's name is Cowell. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
What is that?
The water from the primordial sea should... The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank. Lynette was in the magic box on... I remember there was something else. The rope that strung the water...
Yeah, I know I got one of them wrong.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there was some...
Trinity comes to mimic whatever move a player does. You can't use that same move as well as player can. So it's kind of like other Taskmaster. I'm not saying you know, the actual comic book one. I'm talking about the one from the movie.
In the original plan,
Where she would kind of like watch footage and kind of go by what they did. It's kind of like Hanoka from Dead or Alive, where she can, I guess, look at a move and kind of mimic it as well. I'm not saying Mokujin because his whole gimmick is literally just stealing a whole move set. He was more so a character like Edgemaster, where you would go with everybody in the game.
When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, It seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence.
Trinity can mimic whatever move she does. Pawn does. Throws only to make. Yeah, because she can't just stretch out her limbs and
with us.
like bend the rules of like her like anatomy and stuff.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
So she's about to get debunked again.
Did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no! I can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now. And we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette, give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence.
I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief! Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective. The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened. The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowl. Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowl out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended. She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, She swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
Which is why they thought that Pomone 5 is history.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow. Look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box, and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case at least can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the gods.
Yes! I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
And now he can no longer talk.
Oh, really?
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now?
I mean, you're already proven innocent, so...
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me, but still. Let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right.
She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Sarita to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Bye, Linny!
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too? Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the Court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal!
I'm not gonna do Act 2 right now. We're doing for a while anyway. Let's see. So basically, like the traveler went to Fontaine and beat the Hydra Archon in an argument in less than 3 days of prep time. Because you almost plot on me. That's a mess. There's a comment. I didn't miss it. Talking about like the copying the thing. I didn't miss it. Sorry if I didn't acknowledge it though. But I didn't miss the comment. But yeah, I'm gonna probably call this stream. If I do stuff in this game, it'll probably just be off stream, really. So I will pretty much see you guys next time, actually. If I do stream, it's likely either gonna be this or Breakers. I don't really need to stream Xenoverse since, like, the only thing I got going on right now is a light raid involving Beerus, as you said, and Beerus is light work, so I don't really need to stream that. But yeah, I'll see you guys soon.